up the Pan American Highway on the EEA Brazil map. We are heading from, I keep forgetting the name of the place, where did we start? Quelon, down there yesterday, and we're on a 5,264 mile trip, and I think we are at the halfway point. We are there, and we have got all the way up here to go, and there are some awkward turns, to say the least, to come, and we're in our big bus, the name of which escapes me because I've totally forgotten what make a bus it is, but well, we've got a long way to go, so we might as well get started, get this job done. We've got the bus passenger mod installed, and we're going to the bus depot way up north. I think we're just into the border of Colombia. Now I think we might as well top the fuel up if we've got the chance, but fuel pumps are over there, so let's get that done.
Please proceed to the highlighted route.
That's one thing I don't like about the way this mod works, is that the bus is zoomed in really close, and it probably resets itself every time. And there's a really annoying braking noise. Now once this trip's done, I'm going to get rid of this bus and get another one and see if that see if I can get my GPS with my virtual cameras back. Not my virtual cameras, my virtual mirrors. Yeah, it always resets itself. Right, so on we go. I think that's a range stop, more or less. No, it isn't. Just my imagination. Now it's just gone midnight, so again a few hours before we see some of this beautiful countryside, or this beautiful west coast of South America. No, this is my second day off. Good morning. Well, yesterday's first part of this trip was 4 hours, and this may well be similar or longer, because we're going to have to take some of these bends fairly slowly. No, this is my second day off, back at work tomorrow. I was off last week. Back to the grind tomorrow. Well, if you've just joined late, we're on the South America map, I like to call it now. It is the EEA Brazil map. That's Brazil over there, but we are driving up through Chile. I think we're in Bolivia at the moment, and we are there, and we've got another 2,800 miles to go till we get to Guadalajara de Buga. I think that's how we pronounce it. So we'll just carry on. Oh yeah, the lockdown's imminent again. I'm just one of the fortunate ones that regardless of how the lockdown goes, I'll still be at work. Because everybody needs to eat. So when you're a personal shopper and you're doing everybody's shopping for them, then you're guaranteed you're going to have a job during all of this pandemic, COVID crisis. I thought the rain was stopping, but it's still going. The other reason this second part of the trip will take longer is the windy roads and the speed restrictions. I mean, we're barely doing 30 miles an hour, and that's going to drag it out. Well, that's the thing. I mean, we don't know enough about it, but I know that there's a lot of people who have had COVID, and I mean, I've seen a video of a young boy that had it. I mean, he was probably well in his teenagers, but he had it, and he was in recovery. But the problem he had, like a lot of people have had who get it quite bad, is actually getting their lungs to work again. You know, it's really strenuous. Anything that they do, they're struggling for breath. And it's not just the fact that, you know, you get over the worst of it. The worst of it is actually the long drawn out recovery and how long it takes your lungs to recover. And the other thing they were talking about the other day I saw was the fact that the antibodies,
and then turn right.
They think that the antibodies that you get when you've had it actually don't last long either. So the problem there is that, you know, you're not guaranteed to be clear of it. We already had one report of a guy in the States who had it, recovered from it, and then got it again. So we just do not know. So it's 1:40 a.m. 1:40 a.m. and a good 4 hours at least before we get some daylight here to see actually what's going on round about us. Well, again, I saw something in the news this morning about, or was it yesterday, there's about 5 or 6 different vaccines undergoing testing at the moment. I think there was I don't know whether it was a nurse or a doctor or a professor or somebody was saying that there might be something, but possibly after Christmas. But it's all just guesswork, nobody knows. But they'll keep working at it until they get something. I mean, modern science nowadays and all the technology that's available to them, they will work out a way. The problem with that is it's going to be far too late for far too many people. But the other problem has always been the problem, and it always will be the problem, and that's people who are senseless. These people go and party in illegal gatherings, all of that stuff. You know what? You'll get far too many idiots round about you, and you know they're playing a big part in the way these things are panning out. If people would just do as they're told and keep their distance, not gather in groups, then it has, I mean, it does work. It keeps the spread of it down. But as soon as you relax the restrictions, the same thing's just going to happen again. So you're going to have a second outbreak. It's going to expand and grow and spread just as bad as it was in the beginning, unless you have these restrictions. But there are still too many fools and idiots that have had enough of it and can't go through with the advice that they're given. And as long as you have those people around, it will always be around as well. Now, where are we going here? Well, I presume it's up here somewhere. Well, and we've just hit the... I don't think we're meant to be going through here. I think we're too wide. Or I'm too busy reading the chat. Let's have a look, see if we can squeeze in. A little bit more damage. What the hell are we hitting here? What the hell do we keep hitting? Wrong one, hang on a minute. I couldn't see what was actually hitting. This is a problem with driving in darkness and not having virtual mirrors. There, we're doing it again. What's that? What sign does that say? Bienvenido something or other. Right, let's go. Now we need to try and get the speed up here a bit. See if we can eat into some of these miles. And hopefully when I get to this tricky section that we've got some daylight, because there'll be more serious damage done trying to manoeuvre this thing round tight bends. Yeah, it doesn't have. I mean, you don't. The vehicle takes damage, but there's no visible damage. If that's what you mean. I mean, you don't. You can't smash in the wing or anything like that. If you have a serious collision and impact, that'll do a big chunk of damage, and the main sign of that will be that that the engine cuts out, and it will keep cutting out until you get it fixed. But the percentage of damage that you see on the vehicle, like the trailer, it's an invisible trailer that you need, obviously, in a bus like this to be able to pick up the passengers. That's how the passenger mod works. You have an invisible trailer. Now, what the hell's he doing? Look at this guy. But most of the damage is wear and tear on the tyres, just because we're travelling so far. Like 5,000 miles is a long trip, and just general wear and tear is what shows up. It's not really serious damage. It's just a pity that it's at night, because you can't see how spectacular this route is. But daylight isn't that far away. Maybe another couple of hours yet. Game time, that is, so it won't be long. But we're going to get to the squiggly bits on this route. Up until now, everything's been fairly straightforward, but there are some dodgy bends up ahead. I know that, having done this before. We're on a big climb up at the moment. Wait, I need to pause it so I can read the chat. No, I can't. I can't play in any evening tournaments, much as I would like to. Simply because I've got to be in bed, right in the heart of the tournament. So there's no point in me signing up for it if I can't. If I get lucky and I win a couple of matches, I don't want to go so far and then just have to forfeit, because I can't stay up late enough to finish it. If you look at the amount of people that's in it, there's a fair few of them won't turn up anyway. But a tournament like that's going to go on for at least 4 hours. With the amount of people that's in it, and that's going to be late UK time, well past my bedtime. So there's no way I can play in it. You know, if it happened to be like, for example, Tuesday night that's just gone past, you know, Tuesday was my last day at work, and then I have the rest of the day, I've got the Wednesday off, I've got today off. So if it had been set for a Tuesday or a Wednesday, I would have been in it no problem, because I don't have to get up for work the next day. So they set it on a Friday, which is no good to me, which is another reason that I can't generally stream all of Friday Night 9Ball. I mean, now that the clocks have gone back, Friday Night 9Ball starts at 7 o'clock, so I can stream some of it, and unless the tournament's over quick, I'm never going to be able to stream it all up to the final, because again, I have to be in bed. I've got to get up at 4 o'clock every morning, and hanging around to midnight before you go to bed and only giving yourself less than 4 hours sleep is not good for the next working day. But unfortunately, that's the way things have to be. Something has to be sacrificed, and that's Virtual Pool 4. Right, getting a bit twisty now. Right, it shouldn't be long now till we've got some daylight. Once we see dawn breaking, I need to be careful here. Don't want to build up too much speed. Well, this is probably another big bridge over a river or something we're going to cross, but you can't see it. And probably down there at some point you'll be able to see the Pacific Ocean, but again, all you can see is shadows. Well, we're not making much headway here because our average speed is pretty crap, which is going to prolong this journey. Well, that's one thing. If you want epic road trips, you'll get them on this South America map. I mean, that's it, all of there. The whole of Brazil, it goes into Ecuador and Colombia, and all the way right down south here, right down to the islands, all the thousands of islands that are down at the bottom of South America on the west coast. There's literally hundreds of them. And then of course we've got the PGA Indo map, we've got Pro Mods, Paris Rebuild, Road to Aral, all of that stuff, the Russian Rus map, Southern Region map, which is one of the best little maps in there. You've got loads in this combo, so you get tens of thousands of miles to drive, which generally you would do in a truck, but if you've got the bus mod installed, you can do it in a bus. Pick up passengers instead of goods. Right, we're at 10 minutes to 5, so it will not be long now until we see dawn just beginning to break. That first sign of daylight, I can't even read the signs. Oh shit, again, reading the chat and not looking at the signs. Now, how much damage have I got now? 5% in the trailer, 7. We're going to lose a fair bit of money. Right, there's a bit of daylight now. You can just see the sky brightening up a bit. Right, let's have a wee look at the map and see what there is in this town here. Right, so we go that way. That'll take us past a depot. We can get some repairs done.
Please proceed to the highlighted route. At the roundabout, take the third exit.
What's he waiting on? He's waiting me to overtake him on the inside, and then he'll probably crash into me.
Use the exit ahead. Keep to the right, and then turn right. Turn right.
It's going to turn right up that way, is it? Let's have a quick look. Where the hell am I wanting to go? I want to go to that... I don't know where I'm going now. I'm looking for that garage to get fixed. Ah, there it is. It's a Volvo. It's a Volvo dealership. I think I've gone the wrong way, have I? Yep, I have. Where the hell am I going? It's in there that I'm going, is it? Or is it up here? I've got no bloody sense of direction whatsoever. 1 minute ago there was a Volvo dealership. Ah, there it is. It's up there, right? Well, we'll just cut to the chase. Get it fixed if we can.
Navigation resumed.
Right. Right, now if we look and see what the damage is, we've got 5% to the passengers on the right hand side. So that's the goods that you're delivering, or it normally would be when you're in a truck. But in this case, I've lost 5% of my passengers. Some of them have died. And in fact, I think there's a bug in this as well, is there? Oh no, that's just a red light. I thought that was that looks like, that's actually, that red around the seat there is actually not the colour red. It's a sign that there's a missing texture. Anywhere in this game, if you're on a map or anything like that, and you see a bright red, if it's a big enough area, it will say missing texture. So this bus is definitely bugged. There's a texture missing off the back of that seat there, and my driver's seat as well. Right, now I think we're going this way. I'm just totally guessing.
Turn right. In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right.
Yeah, this is annoying, this braking noise. bad time, is it? It's still, it's what, 6:53. Is this a funny daylight this
In
morning?
650 feet, turn right.
Well, that's another delay in our journey, having to get the bus fixed.
Turn right. At the roundabout, take the third exit.
Right, now we've got a problem. You've got traffic stopping in the middle of the roundabout to let other vehicles go onto the roundabout, which is a bit stupid.
Use the exit ahead.
That's us heading out of town now. Yeah, it's there's a weird kind of daylight here at the moment. Still early morning yet. Yeah, I think we're getting fairly high up here again. big lags here and there. You can see the bus has got tinted windows, because when you look outside, it's far brighter outside than it is from inside the cabin. Oh well, you'll be here a long time if you're going to watch all of this, because I reckon this is going to take at least another 3.5 hours to get this finished. If you not get this map combo installed, if you want to install this map combo, go to Punkitoon's YouTube channel, Punkitoon, and you'll have the EA Brazil map, Pro Mods, and Rus map, Southern Region, Road to Aral, Kazakhstan, Middle East expansion, the Red Sea expansion down here. You've got loads of maps, but we're on the EAA Brazil map, the South America map, and we're heading up the Pan American Highway from Quelon all the way up to Colombia, or I think it's Colombia up to there. So we are barely halfway there, so this is part 2 of the journey. I've got to keep going at it to get this done. What time is it here? It's just coming up 9:50 AM. No, this isn't real time. This is a normal 1 to 19 scale. If this was real time, I'd be here for a week. I mean, the overall trip is 5,264 miles. But you should download that little Grand Utopia map and install that one. That's a nice little 1-to-1 scale map, and it's totally free. And you'll get nice little trips on them. I mean, the longest journey is about 49 miles, and it'll take about maybe a couple of hours. But this was 5,260 odd miles, and when I started this morning, we still had 2,800 to go, so I'd done halfway. But the thing is, the first part of this trip yesterday, a lot of it was on freeway. You know, we could keep up a good speed, but the point with this section is there is not a lot of options for keeping up a good speed because of the road ahead. It's quite twisty, and I've got to remember I'm not in an articulated lorry, I'm in a bus, which you've got to take it wide around those bends. Now I've decided what I'm going to do is when I'm going to read the chat, I'm going to pause it rather than bloody crashing into a wall. Ah, see, that's where you and I differ. I don't do a lot of racing at all. I mean, I have got the latest F1 game, and it's quite a good game. I've had loads of different versions of it, and but I don't race it online because I'm absolutely hopeless. There's no way I would embarrass myself by trying to race online with some of the guys that do that. Well, what game are you racing at the moment? I mean, there's loads of different racing games out there. Oh, iRacing. Well, that's a fairly expensive hobby. If you take that serious. I had an account with iRacing for like 3 months, and I was way out my depth in that. Now we need to find somewhere where we can take a rest, or else we're going to end up crashing off the road. Well, it is if you want to have all the circuits, all the different formats of cars and everything. But it is for guys that want to take their racing a bit more seriously and competitive, and it's obviously a way of keeping the idiots out of the game. You know, people that just want to smash things up. You wouldn't last. I mean, I wouldn't last 5 minutes if I went into a qualifying race on that game. They would throw me out. I'd be getting in people's way. I'd be doing all the wrong etiquette. Yep. They'd have a very short patience and understanding for a numpty like me who went into the racing game. I think we've barely done a couple of 100 miles so far. It certainly doesn't feel like it. Now, where's the next rest stop going to be? But the thing is I'm sure there's, I'm sure there's numpty level racing for somebody like me in that game. You know, where all the sort of restrictions are maybe turned off and stuff like that. But they're forever sending me emails, want me to come back, want me to renew my account. But in fact, I think I had a 3-month account, and I think I was barely on it 3 or 4 days, and that was enough. Right, that's come in handy. Right, I think we can take a break here. Well, it's going to be late in the day again when we get back on the road. We might have some daylight left, not a lot. No, it's Oh, it's already night and it's raining again in the desert. Usual thing, any opportunity you get, just top up the tank. Right. Right, I'm gonna have to get out my chair, just give me a sec. Right, let's have a read at this chat. Oh aye, yeah. Well, that's how a game like that survives, by people spending their money. I think we've cocked this up. There we go. I mean, there's guys, I've seen guys with their setups for that game. They've got all sorts of weird. Oh shit. Well, I'm going now. They spend fortunes in their rigs, and a lot of those guys have got their own cockpits. They take it so seriously. I think I said before, I tried that new version of Project Cars, Project Cars 3, and I mean, that was it. I spent barely 15 minutes on it and binned that straight away. That's awful. I mean, all it's just developed into is just an arcade game, and they've made it for, you know, for the Xbox and the PlayStation, and just to rake the money in. That's all. They've not made it any more an attractive game. It's gone right downhill. And I don't know what clever person at the developers thought that'd be a great idea. Listen guys, do we just want to make money here? Yeah, well, we might as well just make it an arcade game. It's a terrible idea. Well, we're going through the night again. Well, that's a bit like the train sim games, isn't it? I mean, I used to earlier, I mean, a good number of years ago, when Microsoft, you remember Microsoft Train Simulator? When it was out, I used to have it, and I bought quite a few of the different routes that were available. Of course, that was back in the day when everything was in CD-ROM. And I liked that game. It was a good game, and then of course it died, and now you've got Train Sim World and Trains, and then when you look on Steam, for example, it's the same with that Flight Sim game, FSW or something, or I can't remember, but all of these games with all the add-ons on them, I think I checked one of them one day, and I think it was for Train Sim, and if you added all the add-ons into your purchase, it was like £1,500 it would cost you to buy everything, so you'd have all the locomotives, all the different routes. Oh, it was unbelievable that somebody would pay that amount of money just to have all of them. But there probably is. There's probably some crazy people out there who'll spend that amount of money on a game just to have everything in it. But then again,
In 650 feet, turn left.
who am I to talk? I mean, I've had this game since it came out 8 years ago. It's just celebrated its 8th anniversary, and I don't have every single bit of DLC, all the little add-on things, but I've got all the maps, and I'm going to get all the other maps that come out either before Christmas or not. Whatever it'll be, we're going to have Iberia coming out. Now, I can't even see where I turn here. This is a total guess. Oh aye, I think I'm just made it. Yeah, so I'm a sucker for the map expansions, and the reason for that is because a lot of the combo maps won't work unless you have all the DLC maps anyway. But this is a game that I enjoy, and so I don't mind spending my money on the map expansions. But everybody's got their own thing, and people who do racing games will buy the other cars and different outfits and everything else that they want, as long as they enjoy it. But there is a limit as to how much you want to be spending. So there's going to be 2 new expansions. One for this will actually probably be the biggest expansion for Euro Truck, the Iberia map, which is going to include Spain and Portugal. I mean, that's a big chunk when you look at it. If you look at the map, once that DLC comes out, that's Pro Mods is going to have to change, and then you'll have all of this area filled up here for the new DLC. And then of course there's Colorado, which is coming out for American Truck. They may well be out at a similar time. Yeah, but I mean, I don't believe that you can't watch iRacing on an iRacing channel on YouTube or Twitch. There's bound to be guys who stream it all the time. I mean, there's like esports networks and things like that have live racing. I've watched live Formula 1 racing. So I mean, it's a bit silly that you have to have the game before you can go in and watch a live race, but that's probably the same for most games. But I have no doubt that if you got the right contact, you'd be able to watch somebody who's live streaming a thing. You know, they do like live sports events, you know, where they've got commentators and everything. I mean, it's very professional as well. I've seen it, some of the things these guys do. So there's bound to be a live streaming iRacing channel, I guarantee it. I've never looked for it, but I can guarantee there's at least one out there on an esports platform. What's that say? Not Project Cars. Well, I don't think I'd want to watch anything in Project Cars now. I wish my on-screen GPS was working. I wish my side mirrors were working, my virtual mirrors, but they're all bugged out because of this bus. So this bus is going to get binned very shortly. Oh, that's too tight. And this is the problem with this section of this part of the journey, is that these roads get very twisty, extremely twisty, and I can't see anything. And this is how it's going to take so long. I'm going to get cut off in a corner or something. Look at this. Yeah, that's always going to happen. They've got bollards right along the line of the road here, so I'm bound to hit them. Give me a good kart racing game any day. That probably gives you the most competitive racing. It certainly has. That's the most enjoyment, as I say, I've ever had, was Gran Turismo 5 when I was racing the karts, because we had competitive racing and everything, and it was great fun. And it's all about finding the right community to be racing with, and I think I got lucky. I think that's the rain more or less off. Just get the anchors on a wee bit here, we're going a bit too fast.
In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right.
We're not talking about Kartcraft, are we? I mean, there's two good quality kart racing games on Steam, both of which I've got and had for years. Well, the one I've had for the longest was Kart Racing Pro. I had that long before it was ever launched on Steam. And the problem I always had with Kart Racing Pro was finding people that would race. It's got a very, very small community. But it does have, I mean, again, it's a game that does have mod tracks available for it. So you get a sort of, you know, a standard amount of tracks to start with, but you can add on the mod tracks to it. Kart racing, sorry, not kart racing, Kartcraft's been a game I have kept an eye on for more than 7 years in development, and it's still in beta. It still doesn't have multiplayer in it. You can have multiplayer racing, but that's just against the AI, and all it's got online is time trial, where you're just trying to beat one another's time, but you're not racing together. Now, can anybody see the HUD at the top there and tell me how many miles I've still got to go? I'm guessing I've still got about 2,400 miles. I think we've barely done about 400, because I can't see it. I'm so far back. We started at 2.8, around about 2,800 miles left, which meant we'd done halfway by the end of yesterday's trip. And that took us 4 hours, and I'm guessing this is going to take us longer unless we can hit some freeways at some point and get the speed up. But again, looking at the road ahead, it's fairly twisty, and by the time I get to the end of this trip, I'll probably have killed about half of my passengers. 2,300 still to go. Goodness me. And that's no good at 35 miles an hour. You just don't get anywhere. But you can't go fast on this road. Simple as that. Especially without my mirrors and without I mean, that GPS, that's too small for me. I need the one on screen, but none of them function properly because this mod is bugged. So there's going to be a big change again in the next week or so. We've got the beta 1.39.
50 feet, turn left.
Where the hell am I going? I think I've taken the wrong lane here somehow. Yep, I think I've got into the wrong lane slightly. So this map combo that I've got. Now, where the hell am I going here? I have not got the foggiest idea. I think I'm actually in the wrong lane because I'm facing oncoming traffic by the looks of it. I am totally lost. Where the hell? Ah, right, I should have went right. And it's the GPS is telling me to go left. I presume that's right. I'm going to follow them. No, I can't follow them because that's going through a dead end road. And is that a bus coming towards me? Where the hell do I get through here? I am totally confused and lost here, boys. I haven't a clue where I'm going. Where the hell am I? In fact, where's my bus? Right, there's my bus there. Now, did they say turn left? But I can't go through that side of the road because that... Well, your guess is as good as mine as to where the hell I'm going here. Right, let's just approach this again and see what the hell we do.
Navigation resumed.
Right. Now I've got a funny feeling. Let's look at the sign. That sign there, right, that's telling us to go this way. I thought it was going the wrong way, but in actual fact I'm going the right way. So we'll follow this around. I think this is the right way. See, I would have been able to zoom in on my GPS and would have been able to see where the turn was, but I can't see it from the one in the bus. It doesn't zoom in. Right, so that road up
650 feet, turn left.
Right, so now we're going the right way. Right, that's
Turn left.
that's that dead end road that the traffic was going through, so we turn left here. I think this is a one-way system, so we've got the document check here. Right, what the hell time is it? When it... Oh Jesus, it's only 11 at night, or just coming up to midnight, so we're hours away from some daylight. Now where do I go? I'm just going to follow him. I presume this is the right way. Confusing border checks. Now this is maybe another bridge we're going across. I was in the wrong lane there. I thought that was a one-way system. Right, we're back on track. And another big climb, I think. What time is it? I thought it said 11, or is that my time out? No, it's just gone midnight. It's 14 minutes past midnight on Friday morning. Well, it is on my screen now as I speak. That just depends how long the delay is until it appears in the stream. Now wait a minute, am I reading the wrong thing? You might be right, hang on. No, you're right enough, I'm reading the arrival time. It's in the top left. Yep, 10:12 at night, or 10:14, you are correct. I stand corrected. I was looking at the time in the bottom right, which is the expected time of delivery at the speed that you're going at the moment. That shows you, I mean, I'm sitting again behind my wheel and my Wheel Stand Pro, and I can barely see that on my monitor. I think I watched a guy, I think it was a video of a map mod or something, or it might have been a bus, and I watched this guy just showing off this bus, but he's one of these people who doesn't have a wheel, and he's trying to steer the bus using the mouse and the keyboard, and it just looks horrible. Yeah, that's right. 2,347 miles still to go. So, in all the time that I've been doing since the start of this stream, we've barely gone 500 miles. Yeah, that's what I could do with. But unfortunately, where my PC is, I've got absolutely no room for anything bigger than what I've got, and I'm in a very cramped space. I've got my second monitor sitting on top of my main PC, so that I can get it closer when I'm using XSplit Broadcaster, so I can read the chat. And I'm right in the corner of my bedroom. I don't have a PC room because I don't have room, but I've got absolutely no room to put anything any bigger as a monitor in place of what I've got just now, which I think is a 20. Oh goodness me, is it a 23-inch? Something like that. It's a Samsung. I can't remember. I mean, it's at least 10 years old. This. I mean, I could do with a more up-to-date monitor, I've got no doubt about that. I mean, obviously the highest res that this goes is 1920 by 1080, which is the highest resolution setting I've got. I think we're right on the coastline now. All of that is Pacific Ocean down there on the left, but we can't see it. I'm guessing. Double yellow lines or not, I'm going to overtake.
In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right.
Well, you're going to go for a 3-monitor setup. There's quite a few guys got that for Eurotruck. A couple of the guys, well, certainly one of the guys I watch streaming, he's got all that rigged up for Flight Sim and for Eurotruck. Plus, you know, he also uses Tobii Eye Tracker, so that obviously you can turn your head and look at your mirrors that way, rather than doing what I'm doing. Even though I mean, this bus has got the mirrors up front, which are so small I can barely see anything in them anyway, which is why I need the virtual mirrors to work, but they don't work because this bus is bugged. But what I'm going to do is when I'm finished this trip, I'm going to sell this bus, get rid of it, and get another one so I can test if the other one works. And I've got my on-screen GPS. Got for like 3 hours before we need another rest stop. Well, that's going to be like roughly around about 6 AM, and then again when we take the rest stop we're going to miss most of the daylight again. This isn't falling into place the way I would like it. That's the most annoying thing about this mod, is that noise there when the brakes go on. That the rain started again. Oh, there's far too much text on the screen. Let's pause that. Hang on a minute. To see what it says. Well, I think you're right. I think I've got about a 24-inch monitor, and I'm sitting here trying to read and not only see what the on-screen stuff is for the game, but I mean, sitting back behind my wheel, I can barely see it. My eyes are bad enough as it is. Well, as long as you're holding together, that's all that matters. It's just about hanging in there. Right, let's get going again. Well, we're down to 43 now. Nazca.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Oh, he cut it a bit fine there, this
Use the
guy.
exit ahead.
He must be a local driver, the speed he's going at. Well, clearly I'm not going fast enough for him.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
How many of these AI drivers want
Use
to
the
pull
exit
out?
ahead.
You must be a nightmare going through security checks at the airport. It's like the Tin Man out of the Wizard of Oz.
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
Third exit, so that's left turn, Clyde, as they say. I'm just going to pull him away on, sod you. That's the way to do it, just push your way right onto the roundabout and stop the
Use the
AI,
exit ahead.
because they don't give you any attention. Well, keep your eye out for Alaskan Truck Driver and also that Australian Outback one. They're both in production. The Alaskan Truck Driver's the one that's got a lot of development work going on it. There's constant updates from the developers, screenshots about what's going on and what they've got planned for the game. But it's a good, probably maybe another 6-9 months, a year or more away, I would imagine. But that's the next one on my list. The Australian truck driving one is something there's very little about on the net. It might even be a project that's already been binned, I don't know, because there's so little about it. But sometimes you just get lucky and stumble across things now and again, but that was one thing I stumbled across. But I'm following Alaskan Truck Driver on Steam, so I get constant updates coming through from them. Goodness me, don't tell me the speed limit's gone up to 68. This is the fastest we've gone in however long we've been streaming this morning. Or is it 56? See, I can't even read the speed limit now. Well, whenever there's a yellow sign, I always get worried. There's a yellow sign at the side of the road there, and that always tells you, gives you an idea there's something up ahead. Hopefully I'm wrong, but it's either a dodgy bit of road like this. Yeah, almost a switchback. Down to 31 again. So that was the fastest we've travelled in however long. What is it, an hour or so? Maybe a bit longer. Oh, this is going to be, this is the things that's going to cause problems for this bus getting round these corners without taking a barrier out. I'm going to have to go wide. Oh, that GPS just looks like a bowl of spaghetti. And I'm doing this at night and I hate it. And I need to take a rest stop as well at some point. Now, who can see the time in that top left of the screen? It looks as if it's getting near dawn again. I think it's a bit misty. In fact, more to the point, who's still awake watching this? Oh, that looks bad up ahead as well. See, this bit's fine because there's no barrier on the inside. And the back end is always cutting off the corner. Oh, right, hang on. I've got to read that. Ah, right. Well, that's probably a good idea. Oh, so you're okay then? I thought you'd be setting every alarm off in the airport. Well, we're going to miss most of the daylight again, I'm afraid. What, 10:07 in the morning? Jesus. Well, it's really dark late on here in the day. I think the skybox may well need to change. I think that could be part of it.
In 650 feet, turn left.
Because it's really dark.
Turn left.
Now, where's that taking us to? Lima. Well, we're in Peru now then. We've now changed countries again. We're out of Bolivia and we're definitely in Peru. Looking for a fuel station or a resting place, one of the two. I can hear a level crossing, and there it is up ahead. Now, is that the opening or is that about to close? Ah, bugger. Hopefully this isn't a mile-long freight train. Oh, that's handy. Just stop there then. Well, we could end up just falling asleep here at the level crossing. We're never going to get across this damn thing. Yeah, this is one heck of a bloody freight train. Hopefully that's it. I don't see any resting place here. Nothing. The one thing that's good in a lot of these buses is the suspension, because in this EA Brazil map, on the Brazil part of it, certainly there's quite a few speed bumps in a lot of the towns and cities, and the suspension in the buses is obviously set much softer than it is in the trucks, because they don't have to carry as much weight in the cargo, and it certainly makes the ride a lot more smoother. Right, we're at a dangerous time here with a windy road and the driver about to go into his dozing mode and no sign of any resting place. Hang on a minute. Wreck the bus, let it spawn you to a mechanic shop, then find a resting place if needed after the repairs. Oh, that is an excellent idea. Yeah, I'll just do that. I mean, the next decent sized cliff I find, I'll just fly over that. That is an excellent suggestion. But you've got to remember, I've lost half my passengers already. They're lying dead in the upper deck. In fact, there only is one deck in this. No, there is two decks, and I've already lost. I've already lost some of them. I'm going to lose all my cargo if I do that. Yeah, what's another few lives if it's just for the sake of getting the bus repaired? Yes, officer, I've taken the advice. I'm going to... I mean, the fact that there's 25 dead passengers on board is irrelevant. The bus is now in pristine condition. Well, it's a funny light in this part of the world. I mean, what time is it now? It's 11 or after 11 in the morning. But then, of course, remember, that's the other problem. We've got tinted windscreens. So, it's a bit lighter when you go outside the bus than what it actually is. It just looks duller. Back up to 56. Well, I'm looking at the GPS and all I can see is a red line. I don't see anywhere to take a rest. Let's just get the foot to the floor, get up to the speed limit and keep our fingers crossed. There's got to be something due soon though. I mean, there's always usually plenty of... there's something up ahead, I think. No sooner has my wish been granted. That looks like something up ahead. Just hope it's not on the wrong side of the road. Oh no, it's a bloody toll. Oh no, it is a fuel stop. Yeah, it is on the wrong side of the road as well. And it's not the first time that I've been on a map like this. Went into the fuel stop like this, topped up the truck, went and took a rest play, the resting spot up ahead, and saved the game, gone away, restarted the save a few days later, came back out and then went straight out onto the road and went back in the opposite direction for a couple of 100 miles before I realised I was going the wrong way. I've done that before. I think this is one of these where we have to line up. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've jumped straight back into the truck, and I think I've hit that pole. No, I haven't. I've just hit the curb. I need to get round there like that. Well, gone is whatever daylight we have. 8:26 AM it is, so it's going to be late afternoon. Let's see if we can get out before the AI stuff starts coming. And I don't even know how far behind I am on my schedule. I might well be on time from the first part of this trip because it was mostly freeway Ica, but this part has been slow going. Right, quick look at the map, and where the hell are we? We are there. We've come through that squiggly bit, and we've still got a heck of a long way to go. Yeah, I know there's I think one of these has got a really tight corner somewhere, if I remember. Yeah, it's a long way to go. Still over 2,000 miles to go. Goodness me. Oh no, we've got the dying sun. Well, that sun will soon be gone. What the hell is that? We're just cruising at the moment in cruise control. Oh, we've now got a 2-lane highway. That's amazing. That won't last long. But we'll make the most of it. We'll get the foot down. And there we are, night time again. I think what's the speed limit here? 68? Jesus. Well, I don't think there's anything coming in my rear view mirror that I can barely see, so we'll go for the overtake. Well, this is a welcome piece of freeway. Now, oh, are you talking about the dial in the cabin? Probably that's another bug. But then again, it could be the fact that I can't see it myself, but the dial may well be in kilometers per hour, whereas I've got the game set to miles per hour. Right, I think this is the automatic one following this truck anyway. I hope it is. And then again, I've maybe chosen the wrong option here. Why did I decide to join a queue with 5 trucks? And everything else is coming now, so it's pointless moving. I was thinking that's probably the case, yeah. Because I think 50 miles an hour is 90 kilometers an hour. and 110 I think is about 75 or 80. We're still on the freeway, which is good. We're actually speeding. Again, I don't think I see anything in my rear view mirror, so I'm taking a guess. Well, we're definitely in Peru. That's us approaching the capital, Lima. So that's why there was a freeway there, because whenever you're approaching a big city, it usually the road will go to the freeway for a period of time, and then when we leave it, it's probably down to the dual carriageway again. I think I'm in the wrong
At the
lane.
roundabout, take the third exit.
Oh no, I thought it was a left turn. It's a roundabout. We're okay. Oh shit, what's hit me there? Jesus Christ.
Use the exit ahead.
That's another passenger dead. Yeah, 6% now, I think it is. There's a nice bus that I've got installed in the mod folder. That's the one I'm going to go for next. Again, I can't remember what bus it is, but it's nice looking. It's got some good skins as well.
Keep to the right.
A nice
And
big
then
fuel
turn
tank,
right.
like a 395 gallon fuel tank, which is what you need on these
Turn right.
long trips. I mean, I remember it would have been about 1969 when I was in school, and that was when the switchover, or they tried to switch us over and teach us about the metric system, you know, litres and all of that stuff, and I never got the hang of it then, and I still haven't got the hang of it now. And plus the fact most of the UK still prefers to work in pints and gallons and miles. And plus the other thing is all our road signs are all in miles, so it would cost an absolute fortune for them to change everything to kilometres, and I don't think the British public would allow them to do it either. Keep your kilometres in the continent and any other country that wants them. You know where you are with miles per hour and gallons. that must have been a bridge there with a railway bridge. I could hear the train. I could hear a train somewhere. So I think we're still leaving Lima, which is quite a big city. Back out into the country road, and then this will go down to a single lane, I would imagine, not too far away. Right, I'm pausing it so I could read the chat. Well, a kilometre. Well, the thing is, a marathon race is 26 miles and so many yards, and yet I think the marathon in metric is like 40 odd kilometres or something like that. And a litre is more than a pint. That's all I know. How much more I haven't the foggiest idea. There'll be 1 point something litres to a pint. Well, we better make the most of this this road that we're on at the moment, because it won't last long. Now, why is he jumping out to the outside lane? That's always a sign that he's either overtaken or the road's narrowing down, but it may well just be overtaken. Yeah, 41 kilometres. I knew it was something like that, around about 40 kilometres. Now there's yellow signs there. What's that all about? Well, I think it's just about this this bend in the road.
Use the left lane ahead.
No, I just pay guys to do oil changes for me. I find that's the easiest option. Right, the freeway's actually split now. The oncoming traffic is away down to the left, I notice. Well, this is making up a bit of time. We're getting in a few miles on this section. We're heading downhill. Iraqio, I think that said.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Well, the second exit usually means straight on.
Use the exit ahead. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Use the right lane ahead. Use the exit ahead.
Now why is it still 31 miles an hour here? Or is that 81 it says? Need to have a quick drink. Give me a sec. Well, I was late. I was late learning to drive. When would that have been? This is what, 2020. I think let me work that out. I think I passed my test in it was either 92 or 94. I mean, I passed first time. Because I couldn't see what all the fuss was about with all these people that failed their test like a dozen times, which I came to the conclusion, if you keep failing your test that many times, then you shouldn't be out on the road. I never had a problem. I think I had like 3 minors or something like that, and that was it. And then got home that afternoon, stuck on the Beatles You Can Drive My Car full blast, just so that the neighbour knew that I'd passed my test. Oh, here we go. Back down to the single file traffic. It was too good to last. And I mean, the thing is though, when I learned to drive, I didn't have any friends or neighbours that said, you know, let's go out and you can have a drive in a car park or something. I had never been behind the wheel of a car, full stop. So I never got taught the bad habits, which is probably a good thing. You pick up those bad habits once you're long since passed your test. Well, is it ever going to be daylight again? I mean, I'm about to go back to bed here. How long have I got left? What's that, 3 hours or 2 hours? It is just about 2.25 hours. And what time of day is it? I can't see it. Is it just gone midnight or something? I mean, if it's just gone midnight, that's not bad, because then we can get a bit more daylight after this next rest stop. Oh, big lag there. That just shows you I can't read the clock. You're saying it's about 25 past 8 at night. That's still not bad, because if I've got a couple of hours before I need to take a rest stop, that's going to be just maybe after midnight or something, and then we'll have like a 9-hour break, and then it'll be early morning, which is good. So we might get some decent driving in, so at least we can see where we're going. It just so happens everything's fallen into place that most of the driving I've done in this session's been at night, or with very little daylight when I've started. I can see a bit of twisty stuff coming up ahead. Oh no, that's not too bad. I thought we're heading for the spaghetti again. Right, I'm going to read that chat. Let's have a look. You think it was over 4 hours? I thought it said 2 hours. Again, I can't read it. What does it say there? I think you might be right. I think it's 3 hours. Right, so what's the time now? Is that 10 to 9 at night? 9, 10, 11. That's still okay, I think. Right, we'll let cruise control. Oh, we're on a freeway again. That went up. Is it still at 50? We'll up to 62. And we've got a toll gate up ahead, I think. Is that what that's what it looks like? Toll gate with no barriers. Another yellow sign. Now, what does that say? $1,700 miles. No, well, that's the estimated time that it should take me to actually get to the destination, but that won't be how long is actually left. Let's have a look at that. Oh, hang on, wrong button. I've actually got, what is that, 97 hours left, so I've got plenty of time to get there. And we're seeing, what you're seeing in the road now is the sand from the desert blowing onto the road. That's what that's meant to represent. We can't see that it's all desert all around us still. Yeah, that's the estimated journey time that we've got on the screen, but 97 hours means I've still got like a couple of days left at least. So I'm well on schedule by the look of it. Big climb. There we go, right on time. So I think the first chance I get, I'm just diving straight in, and then we'll have a bit of daylight. Uh, 90 hours is good. That's plenty of time. What the hell's happening here now? Speed restriction. Now, if I could trust my mirrors, I think I'll go now, try and get past him. And I think we have a fuel stop and resting place up here. Now, is this one of the more conventional ones? I think it is. So we'll again just top up the fuel. And then we should have a good bit of daylight. Yeah, the last Yawny's just turned red. We could still drive for about another hour's game time yet, but I'm not going to risk that. We've got this here. We want to make the most of the daylight that we can get. Right, that'll do. There we go. So it's going to be about what, 9-10 o'clock in the morning. No, it's gone noon. Still plenty of desert round about us. Down to a single lane, that didn't last long. Still have my headlights on full beam there.
At the roundabout, take the second exit. Use the exit ahead. In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right.
Right, a quick look at the map. Well, there, what's to come? Road looks fine up to there. It's when we. I presume that's just a left turn, yeah. And then there's a really squiggly bit. This is going to be the problem section here. There's a really tight corner, I think. So there is. What, 5? What does that say? 5:36 in the morning? 1600 miles to go. I thought it had gone past noon.
At the roundabout, take the second exit. Use the exit ahead. Keep to the left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Well, that's another bug then, if the clock's jumping about. Mind you, I would imagine
Keep to the right,
we're
and
going
then turn right.
we're going through 1 or 2 time zones as well, so I don't know whether that affects it.
Turn right.
Well, there's one conclusion to draw from this, though. It doesn't matter what the bloody clock says, as long as we make the destination in time. And I think, well, unless that's showing a weird time for how long we've got left to work with, then we should be there in plenty of time. I hope. We're opening up to a freeway again. Right, I've got to read that one. Well, I've got that. You should, I mean, if ever you're starting a new profile, do what I do. Just go to the Steam Workshop and search for Profile Jumpstart. And what I do is I put in the Profile Jumpstart mod. I start a new profile. I do my first couple of jobs, and I think it's on the third one you get like $10 million or 10 million pounds or whatever it comes to. And then as soon as you've done that and you've saved your profile, you then go into the mod folder and take that out, and then you know, you've got a good chunk of money where you can buy a decent truck. You can upgrade your garage. You can do all of that stuff. So the Profile Jumpstart saves you going through the monotony of starting from scratch and going through all the boring stuff, earning small chunks of money to eventually be able to buy your own truck. I can't be bothered with that. That's just too tedious. I'd much rather get a chunk of money, get a truck, get on the road, or a bus for that matter, and then carry on from there. But I mean, I constantly change my profile all the time because I get you know, updated map mods and stuff that come out, so I'm always deleting profiles and deleting all the mods and then reinstalling the newer ones. It's a constant cycle. Now I presume that's a big oil line that's big oil pipeline that's running there by the side of the road. Have you ever downloaded the Dalton and Elliott Highway one for ATS? That's the full Dalton and Elliott Highway. About 500 miles it is, and it's 1-to-1 scale. There's a video on YouTube, Wombat Trucker, the guy who I subscribe to, and if you go to his channel you can watch his full trip on the Dalton Elliott Highway. It takes about almost 12 hours to complete it in real time. And of course he's hauling a really heavy load all the way up it. Right, let's get the foot down. Oh, all of a sudden the brakes have gone on. What's happening? Oh, we've got roadworks. Well, at least I was in the right lane there. Thank God for that. You don't remember how to put anything into the game anymore? What, you talking about mods? It couldn't be easier. Just go to your documents folder, open the documents folder, and there Euro Truck will be, and then or American Truck, whatever one it is, and then you'll see the mod folder. Just pop them into there. But what you want to do is get subscribed to some of the guys that do the map combos, so you can get yourself as big a map as possible and give yourself plenty of places to have your own depots all around the map, and thousands of miles to drive on, like this one here, this combo I've got here with pro mods and everything. But this map combo I've got at the moment has barely got a couple of weeks left in it before 139 gets released, and then all the mods will have to probably change again and get updated. That's the worst thing about it. I mean, you get a good truck mod or something like that, and you've had it for a long time, and then eventually you update the game and suddenly your good mod truck that you've always loved is wrecked, and then you hunt to see if somebody's
take the second exit.
If somebody's going to bring out a newer version of it, and it never happens. I've been waiting on the DAF crawler truck coming out. Am I going the right way here?
Use the exit ahead.
I
Navigation
think
resumed.
yeah, I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, too busy chatting. Yeah, somebody brought out an updated version of it that functioned for a little while, but there's been nothing since, so that guy's not giving me much room. It's quite a nice looking bus.
Take the first exit.
I'm just going to wreck him there. Right, we're going the right way now.
Use the exit ahead.
Well, that's something that I did for a very short while in Truckers, the multiplayer thing, and I mean, I've still got an account on them, but I haven't a clue what my login details are for that, but it's easy enough to get that fixed. But no, I've never really get into that at all. And Wombat Trucker, he does convoys where he's got, you know, convoys with 100 odd trucks in them on their own private server. They've got a convoy coming up soon, and you have to obviously register to be part of it. And yeah, he's done convoys with over 100 of his guys that are subscribed to his channel, and that's spectacular looking. Look at all of those trucks running down the highway. Where the hell are we going now?
Take the second exit.
I'm round in circles here. What does that sign say? Chicleo Piura. That's one thing you're never short of in this EA map, is plenty of signage. So there's no excuse for not knowing where you're going. I think we're right round here and then out.
Use the exit ahead.
They finally added pro mods to Truckers multiplayer, which I suppose makes it a much better map than what it used to be originally. Just the vanilla maps. I mean, the thing is, they want to maps that are constantly and regularly updated are what they can add to Truckers multiplayer. This EA map they could add to it, because this map has constantly been worked on and constantly been updated. The new version of it's going to be out soon as well for 139. Plus there'll be even more added to it in terms of roads. That's the worst thing about having to either upgrade your PC or doing something like that, is having to reinstall everything that you're used to. It's just a laborious thing you have to do. Well, there's more desert up ahead. Well, I knew this was going to take long. This may well take longer than yesterday's first part. We broke the 4-hour mark yesterday, and we won't be far off it in this, I don't think. I've got the awful feeling that when I get to that difficult part of this trip, or this next difficult part, that we're going to end up doing it in darkness. Knowing my luck, that is probably going to be the case. I don't think it's a very big download anyway, is it? With a few megabytes, not an awful lot. Not in comparison to what you have to download and install now for a lot of games. 100 odd gigabytes. That was my biggest download, was Flight Simulator. And Red Dead Redemption, 100 odd gigabytes. $44 megabytes, that's a blink of an eye. That's nothing. Of course, the other problem is the servers that they've got it uploaded to, they'll be crap. So the download speeds will be garbage. It's like downloading something from, it's like downloading VP4 from Celeris. It takes a bloody age to download such a small file. Little drainage gutter there at the side of the road. So they've all got little bridges into their driveways. Actually, I mean, I watched some of the videos on YouTube of the guys who have made compilations of accidents that happen on multiplayer on Truckers MP, and that's funny, watching some of that stuff, but I don't want to take part in it. You're driving along perfectly happy, you see a truck in front of you and it's like 500 yards in front of you, and then the next thing you know, bang, you've smacked into something. That sun's really awkward. Another big river we're going to cross, whatever one that is. Didn't see the name. Now with this sun like this, I'm just dreading that there's roadworks or something ahead, or something blocking the road, and I'm just going to crunch straight into it.
Use the right lane ahead. It's actually better driving from the upstairs view. Now, what the hell does that say? Let's read that.
Yeah, speed mods. I mean, I've just got well, obviously I don't have anything in this bus, but on my when I'm using the truck, I've one of the trucks that I've got that I've given to one of my drivers is the Volvo. Is it the FH12? It's the super mod one, and it's got lots of configuration in it. But what I love it for is because it's got like a 500-gallon fuel tank, and you can drive for like 4,000 or 5,000 miles without filling it up. You don't have to worry so much about looking for a fuel stop. Well, the sun's just about to go. And the other thing as well is I've got the powerful engines mod. So the maximum engine you can get is like a 950 horsepower, which is something like that you need if you're going to be doing heavy haulage. You want something with good power rather than having to struggle up hills. Well, there's a weird sky at sunset. I was talking yesterday about the weird things that happen with mods, and there are weird things happen, like this one here for example. That's where you've always got to be careful. You've always got to remember the last mod you installed, because if you have a problem it can manifest itself in loads of weird ways, ways that you wouldn't imagine would be caused by a single mod. The common one I had was when I was using certain Kamaz Russian trucks, and when I installed it, and I went to like I think I went to the premises that was supposed to be picking up a delivery, but I couldn't see the floating symbol. And when I went to a fuel station, you couldn't see the floating symbols there. They were there if you could drive over them, but you couldn't see them. And I realised straight away that after having installed the mod, that's when they disappeared. So I took the truck out, and lo and behold, everything fixed itself. Then I had another one where whatever mod it was that I installed, it made the lights of the truck all go blue, so that when the light was shining in the road, everything was blue. It wasn't a headlights mod or anything, but it caused the lights to go weird. And then with this mod here, I've got my my on-screen GPS is conflicting with the bus, as is my on-screen virtual mirrors, and none of them are working because of this bus mod. So always be wary with mods. If you think it can't happen, it will. There's weird things happen. So always keep a tab on what was the last thing you installed. You're probably better writing it down. Just keeping a note of what was the last mod you put in, because then it's easier to filter out the mod that could be causing the problem. But this is that is the major reason that this game is still going, because of modding and map modders and truck modders and all of that stuff. If there wasn't such
take the second exit.
a community that had built up over the time, this game would have been dead and buried in the water a long time ago. And that's why
the exit ahead.
It still goes, and also because the developers are still very active bringing out all the DLC for it. So it's been a very good community, the Euro Truck. And like anything, you'll get good modders and bad modders, good map makers and poor map makers, and there's plenty of crap out there. There's some real rubbish as far as map mods go, But one of the best is that little Grand Utopia map. I mean, that's a beautiful little map. The southern region map that we've got installed in this combination is a brilliant little map. And the EAA is just crazy huge. That is just taking map making to the extreme.
In 650 feet, turn right.
And he could still add thousands of roads on this if he wants to.
Turn right.
Where the hell's the light gone to? I thought there was traffic lights there. No, it's just a give way sign. Right, let's go. See if we can get round here in one piece. I think if you're driving a truck at 300 miles an hour, it's not a crash helmet you need, it's an ejector seat. What we still got? About 1300 miles to go. 1380 odd. Now we can't be that far away. Let's have a look at the map. How far is it? No, it's still... Oh, there's an awful lot of squiggles there, isn't there? There's that bend there. That's tight. But there's an awful lot of trouble ahead, I'm afraid. This is all fine. No problems here. And then we've got all of this to come. This is scary. And it'll be even more scarier if it's at night. but we're cruising along. We'll get there eventually. I think this part of the road's to lull you into a false sense of security. You think everything's going plain sailing, no problems, nice smooth bends, and then you've got a minefield coming up ahead. This is a big risk. I'll put the foot down to get past him. Oh shit. I've just checked something there. I think my rear view mirrors are now working, which is another reason why I crashed into that truck. Yeah, they're working, but my GPS is still broken. Two and a half hours left before a break. Oh no, there the GPS is now working. Now that's weird, because none of that was working yesterday and all of a sudden it's working. That is crazy. You see what I mean about mods? None of these were working yesterday, none whatsoever, and all of a sudden after a restart they're working today. How much damage have I got now? I must have a stack of damage. Oh, that's not too bad. But that's what I need to have the GPS down the bottom there. At least so I can see where I'm going. Did you hear what I was saying about mods about mods causing problems? I mean, that's a perfect example. Now my mirrors are working, now my map's working on screen, and none of which was working yesterday. But I mean, I can't list the mods I've got. I've got hundreds of stuff installed. I mean, literally loads of stuff installed. But that'll all get binned fairly quickly. Hang on a minute. Right, what we'll do is we'll save the game. If we can remember how to do that, save it as Bob, and we'll go to profiles. I've got, well, that's the harsh Russian map, the one that had been sort of tweaked to supposedly work. It does not function properly. It crashes too often. That's the map that I'm on now, the global one. This one I think is the one with what used to have harsh Russian in it, so that's going to get deleted. I've got a Bolivia map which I tested, which is crap. That's going to go. In fact, see that Bolivia one? That one can go straight out the window right now. It's garbage. There's a Romania map, which is a standalone map. That's one I had to buy. And there's of course the Grand Utopia one. And there's another one there which I can't remember what the hell that is, but that's not the one I'm using. If I go to my mod manager, you'll see what I've got installed. All these buses that I just installed the other day. What else have we got? The passenger mod is that one. There's another part of the passenger mod for the buses. More buses. The map. Crash fix. I mean, I've got loads. Most of these all go into the combination of the map that I'm using right now. And then further down you'll see my truck mods that I've got installed, the Powerful Engines one, the graphic mods that are there. That's a Russian truck, I think. All the Pro Mod stuff. Incidentally, I didn't install any of the Pro Mods trailers or anything this time. And fixes for various maps so that they work. And further down, Rust map, all road connections and everything, English translations, map mods again, keep going, the Macedonia map, which is part of the combination I'm using at the moment. Again, English translation for the southern region map, Volga map, Romania extended, that's the one you have to pay for. The other part of the Volga map, the Red Sea expansion or extension, whatever it is, add-on, Paris rebuild. That's that version of the Mario map that came out, which is basically a whole series of stolen maps. It's wrecked as well. There's far too many holes in that map, so that's a waste of space. My Route Advisor mod, that's the one that doesn't work with the bus. Another little mini bus mod. And then there's a Romania map, which is a paid for map as well. I've downloaded that one. That's a nice little map. Another bus mod. The Russian Zil truck. Grimes weather and graphics mod. Russian trailers. What else have we got? Kamaz trucks. They don't really function properly. They're bugged. That's a good truck. The Freightliner Argosy, that's a brilliant truck. Good fuel tank in it as well. The EA Brazil map there. Another Route Advisor mod. More trucks. The Profile Jumpstart. We're getting to the bottom now. The Google Maps voice navigation mod is installed. That's the one we're using right now. Another realistic graphic mod. that one doesn't work. The one with the Top Gear one, it now needs updating. The Sound Fixes mod, and then down to the money cheat ones that I had early on, and then SISL's mega pack for the what do you call it, for the truck cabin. So I've got a few mods. Obviously they're not all installed in this map that I'm using right now, but I mean I install hundreds of them, and I delete hundreds as well. I mean the time will come when we officially change to 139 and I'll scrap absolutely everything. I'll completely empty the mod folder and then I'll build it up again. That's exactly what I do. I don't keep anything for any length of time because they'll end up getting broken anyway. Right, I'm going to take 2 minutes and I'll be back. 2 seconds. Right, we are. In fact, I'll have another quick drink while I've got a time as well. Well, if you go on to the Steam Workshop and just type in the search window Profile Jumpstart, you can subscribe to it and make sure you read where it says how you work with this, because if you constantly keep the Profile Jumpstart in, you will constantly get, like, you know, $10 million for every trip that you do, which is pointless. So you only put it in at the start of your profile. You do 2 or 3 jobs until you're eventually rewarded with the 8 or 10 million, whatever it is, and then you save your game, go into the mod manager and just take that mod out, and then you carry on as normal, getting paid normal amounts for each job. So then you can build up your company then that way, rather than just cheating to get like huge amounts to start off with. I just like to have a good bit of money to upgrade garages very quickly, find a recruitment agency, get my drivers, get some trucks and stuff, and get underway, and then I never use it again. I only ever use it at the start of the profile. Right, so world map, that's where we stopped, and right, well, it doesn't look that far to go, but it's going to take a while again because of these roads. So we'll get going. I'm determined to get this damn thing finished if it kills me. I have to hit the drive button, aren't I? Yeah.
Please proceed to the highlighted route. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Use the exit ahead.
I think it's about £84,000. I think it is. I don't pay any attention to how much they're paying. I'm just more interested in where they're going from and to. So I mean, for example, I spawned down. Have you got it? Have you got your gaming developer mode? Good morning and good afternoon, I should say.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
See, you have only views. What does that mean? See, you have only views. I see you have only views. I don't understand that. I'm a bit lost. That's a red light, isn't it? Oh no, it's not a red light, it's a bloody triangle warning sign. I don't know, I just installed it.
Use the exit ahead.
Only 2 viewers? I'm surprised I've even got 1 viewer, put it that way. I mean, it must be boring to sit and watch this for 4 hours, I'll tell you. Speed limit is still 37 mile an hour. Right, so what time is that? I can't read the clock. Is that 9 or something at night? Oh, we've already had 100 text messages. That already popped up, but that's Restream that does that. You don't get any rewards for that. At 5:30 in the morning, is it? Well, it's going to be mid to late afternoon again. We'll have like an hour's daylight to drive in by the time I'm taking this rest stop, whatever it's going to be. Now, do you notice something? Straight away, I've lost. Let me try that. Hang on a minute. Right, I've got my mirrors, and I've got my GPS back. Right. Excuse me. So we're looking out for a fuel stop, truck stop, rest stop, whatever you want to call it. Oh, what a difference being able to see what's coming up my outside. I can see that truck or car, whatever it is. What a difference that makes. Now the only thing I need to do is, and I'm just going to pause the game for a second, is that I'm just going to drop the chat a wee bit. Hang on a minute. That should be okay. I'm busy doing stuff here and trying to move around at the same time and steer a truck. Don't forget as well, if you're watching in a stream, check the little cog box down the bottom right hand corner of the screen, whether it be in Twitch or YouTube, to make sure you're watching it at its full resolution. So we're streaming in HD here, so we should be 1920 by 1080, and it shouldn't be lagging. It should be fine. Right, there's a fuel. No, that's not a fuel stop. That's a. I think that's a garage that you can buy up ahead. Or is it a fuel stop around a bend? It might be. I think it is. I hope it is. I want to get the rest stop done ASAP. It looks as if it's on the wrong side of the road. I won't be getting into that one. I can't be bothered. And I've hit the truck. And I've hit something else. I said, what is it I've got? A GTX, a Titan X I've got. Right, well we didn't take the detour to find that fuel stop, so we're going to have to hopefully find something pretty quickly. Because I want to have some daylight to drive this twisty section, but I'm not going to have much at all if I don't get a rest stop quickly. Well, that's the one thing about graphics cards. If you want to keep up to date, you'd be buying one every year. I mean, this graphics card in this is how old is it now? It must be coming up on 3 years old at least, and I mean, it runs everything. Well, it runs everything that I want it to run, so that's fair enough. Some graphics cards are just ridiculous prices. Crazy. And the prices that we pay over here compared to what you guys pay in the States is extortionate. I mean, you guys get things at much better prices than what we do. Yeah, my monitor is well, in actual fact, my monitor is like a combined. It's a combined TV and monitor, and it's actually the native resolution is 1900 by 1200, but I've got my desktop set to 1900 by 1920 by 1080, so I've got little black bars at top and bottom, but that's so that I can stream properly in 1080 resolution rather than streaming in 1920 by 1200. Now what we got here, we are into Ecuador, so this was one of the more recent updates to the EAA map. The addition of Ecuador, and Colombia was the next one.
Navigation resumed.
So we've now crossed the border. Now there's a rest stop up ahead. I don't think it's a fuel. Oh, it is a fuel stop. Right, now doesn't matter what side of the road it's on, I'm going to have to take it. Right. That'll do it. So it's 1:07 AM. Well, that's perfect. So it's 2 in the afternoon. And we've still got 1100 miles to go. I think that is us finally lost the desert. Never read it, that one. That's a good price. So it is. Price of our big screens and that have come down as well, but it's still not as good as what you guys get them at. Now we're going to be slowed up with this bloody truck. So I don't know how far this guy wants to go with this map. It seems to me that he's certainly heading northeast into Central America. We've got Ecuador, we've got Colombia, and I think he's adding more up this part of the map, so he could end up getting as far as Mexico. He certainly can't build it any further east, because obviously it is the Brazil map, and you know the coast of Brazil's on the right hand side of the map effectively, which is encroaching on Europe. And he can certainly go further northwest into Central American countries. He can go further south down into Patagonia, and as far as he wants to go there, but it's probably more routes and roads that he's maybe going to end up putting in the overall map rather than expanding it far too any further north. Depends how far he's prepared to go, though, as I say. But it does get regularly updated, which is a good thing, but that depends how long he wants to keep it going. But it can't really get much bigger than this. Well, I was hoping we would get to the squiggly part of this map, but the way it's looking, we're still well away from it, and the chances are that, and as I say, when we get there it's going to be dark. Well, this could be anywhere in Europe that we're driving now. Much more conventional looking landscape compared with all the desert and hills and everything that we've come through.
Use the left lane ahead. Use the left lane ahead. We're just coming down, working our way down to the 1,000-mile limit. I think we're at 1,007. We're finally going to break those 4 digits. 1,000 miles to go, I think, give or take a mile. Or are we at 1,050 odd? I can't see the bloody thing. I thought we were down to near 1,000. Well, they're going to make the laws to suit themselves, aren't they? That's what most politicians do. They always look after themselves. Get your own house in order first of all, and then worry about other people. Yeah, that's the one thing about them. I'm at 150 what? What time? Oh, the time you mean? Oh, 1,030. Yeah, I thought it was down to nearly 1,000. Obviously still a wee bit to go. And the weather's changing by the look of it. Looks like we're heading into some bad weather. Can't see if it's raining yet though, it doesn't look like it. I'm just desperate to get to this this twisty part of the route before nightfall. But I think it's I think it's going to be getting dark by the time we get there, to be honest with you. But I'm not going to speed just to get there. I'm just going to keep it all legal and above board. No, the only time I really floor it is when I'm running out of time for a delivery, and if I've got a chance of making it, that's the only time I take big risks. Accidents tend to take care of themselves for me in this game. I very rarely ever complete a job where I don't have some form of disaster or of another. Most of it is self-inflicted, I have to say. But the weather looks as if it's threatened to break, but it's still not raining. Excuse me. Well, that's a few hours away yet. I might be finished by then. I might have actually finished this trip by then. Well, from inside the cabin it's looking horrible outside. Now what's happening here? I think that truck's in the outside lane either for overtaking, or we're going to narrow down to just the 2 lanes again. I'll stick behind him for safety's sake, because if he's just overtaken he'll eventually pull in, but if he stays there it's usually a sign that we're going down to 1 lane. Oh no. Well, I might as well make the most of it. And lo and behold, oh, now what's he doing? Is he turning left? Do I stay in the inside lane? Right, I think I'll stay in the inside lane.
Keep to the right, and then turn right. Turn right. At the roundabout, take the first exit.
Well, I'm just going to bully my way out.
Use the exit ahead.
Right, I'll see you later. Thanks for watching. Yeah, take care. Oh shit.
In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Use the exit ahead. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Use the exit ahead.
Hang on a minute. Oops. Good afternoon. Well, this is the second part of the trip I started yesterday. We did 4 hours yesterday, and we're driving on the Pan American Highway on the EEA Brazil map. Just a wee minute. We are there, and we started down there at Quelon, somewhere down there. Where were we? Anyway, somewhere down here we started yesterday, and it's a 5,264 mile trip, and we are up there, and we're just under 1,000 miles to go. We're going to a place called Guadalajara de Buga in Colombia, I think that is. And we've already been on the road for, it feels like 4 hours in this trip. I'm sorry, I'm just having to pause it so I can read the chat, because I can't see the chat from where I'm sitting back behind my wheel. Oh, there is, yeah, you'll be surprised, there's other games out there. Now see, while I'm out of a chair, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going for a bathroom break. Oh, I've crashed the bus 5 or 6 times already, at least that amount of times, crunching into trucks and all sorts. And there's a problem ahead with the road ahead, because there's some tight bends up ahead that I'm going to end up probably doing at night time, which is even more scary.
And of course, with this being a bus and not an articulated truck, the problems are when cornering, cutting off the corner and ending up crunching into the wall or the crash barrier. And that's not too far away, that section that I'm dreading. Any pause that you see is caused by this invisible trailer mod that I've got, or the passenger mod that allows you to collect passengers rather than having to have a truck. So you'll get the odd glitch, and that's, I think, usually caused by the trailer more than anything else. Well, not long till the sun disappears. Grand Theft Auto, this is not your Grand Theft Auto. Well, it must be what, talking of Grand Theft Auto, it must be maybe what, another couple of years or thereabouts before the rumoured new version of that one's coming out. That'll be insane. I'm pretty certain that's in development somewhere, but there's nothing being leaked anywhere so far, but that'll be crazy. And I'll definitely be suckered into buying that one. I love the Grand Theft Auto games. I had the very first original game when it came out. If you remember that was just a top-down view, and I thought that was brilliant. That shows you how long that Grand Theft Auto has been out. The very, very first version that came out, it's absolutely nothing like it was when it first hit the market. Oh, I thought it was a brilliant game. Yeah, and then you see how it's developed over the years into something that's huge. I think I spent most of my time in, was it Grand Theft Auto 3? No, sorry, Grand Theft Auto 4 I think it was. I spent most of my time curb crawling in that, trying to pick up prostitutes. I think that's what I did. Crawling around the back streets in your car, tooting your horn. Yeah, I mean, what do you call it? It was a brilliant game as well. Red Dead Redemption, I had the first one of them when it came out, and then I got and completed the second one. I haven't been back to it for a long while, but again, what puts me off it is you know, all this stuff they want you to buy just to progress, and I'm not going to be suckered into that. You know, buying all these gold bars and whatever it is. It's just all these microtransactions that they have in the games. That's what spoils it. I mean, graphically and the way the map was in that Red Dead Redemption 2, it's brilliant. It was like being in a movie. I think what sold it to me was it came out in the PS4 like almost like a year before it came out in the PC, and I was watching loads of streams on Twitch and YouTube, and the graphics on it just blew you away. Looking at the landscape and the countryside and everything, it just looked brilliant. And I thought, well, if it looks brilliant in a PS4, it'll look bloody brilliant in a PC, and it does. Well, bang, there goes daylight, so we're in trouble. How long have I got to take a rest? Oh, wrong button, hang on a minute. Yeah, another couple of hours yet or more. Well, the other thing about Red Dead Redemption, I mean, there's a lot more to the game. If you complete the storyline, which I did, I mean, you can just simply go out hunting and do stuff like that, or go and find all the graves of all your partners in the gang.
The first exit.
That's one major objective to try and get. That's the tough one, is trying to find all their graves.
Use the exit ahead.
Without doing what I did on YouTube. What are we going, right or left here? I think we're going right. Maybe I've picked this wrong, have I? Let's have a look. No, I'm going the right way. I just panicking there I was going the wrong way. The same guy or somebody similar posted the same thing. I don't need to buy followers. I'm not interested in having 3,000 followers. That's not my bag, I'm afraid. So you're wasting your time here with that, mate. Anybody that follows me does it out of their own volition, and I ain't begging for it, and I ain't paying for it either. You're talking to a Scotsman here. You're wasting your time. No, I can't do that either. Well, I tell a lie, I can do that, but it's back to the situation it is before the clocks change. The clocks went back last Sunday, so that means that I've now got an hour extra when the tournament starts at 7 PM my time, so I can do some commentary, but I cannot do the full tournament. And for example, this Friday is the Senny Memorial Tournament. I can't play that because if I have a good run in it, there's no way I can finish it. The amount of people that have signed up for it, if they all turn up, which they won't, it'll still take at least 4 hours to complete. I've got no doubt about that. So that's way beyond my bedtime, so there's no way I can participate in that, much as I'd like to. It's just the wrong day of the week for me. If it was on I said earlier on, if it was on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, that wouldn't be a problem because I don't have work the next day and I don't have to get up at 4 AM. Well, there's no way of finishing a tournament at midnight, going to bed and getting up with only 4 hours sleep and being able to do a day's work. My brain wouldn't function. Right, well, we haven't got to the squiggly bit in the map yet. We're almost there though, and the problem is I don't see a rest stop there. So we're going to have to go through most of it, I think, in darkness. Desperate for a rest stop. I mean, the one thing that suits me better, because of the circumstances, is being able to stream these big tournaments, where the NRT tournaments are better for that, because if the guys that are playing arrange their matches at a time that suits me, then I can get plenty of matches in, which I did in the last tournament, and I'm more than happy to do that. But you know, the normal weekly Friday night 9-ball, it's got to the stage now where it's probably not worth doing it, because I'm never ever really going to be able to finish one, and there's nothing worse than watching something and then it gets to the semi-finals and you have to pull out and go to bed. It just defeats the purpose of starting to do the stream in the first place. But that's sadly the way things will be now and for the foreseeable future, as it has been for the last 4 or 5 years anyway. That's the way it is. The only time I get to do it is on when I've got a holiday, when I've got a week off, and it just falls in place that way. But which is going to be very few and far between. And I had no Friday night last week there when I was on holiday, because we had the big tournament going on and there was matches on while Friday night 9-ball was on, and I was streaming then. Right, this is the bit that I dreaded. This is the bit I wasn't looking forward to. Oops, hang on a minute to read that, just a wee sec. Well, we've always known that. I mean, that's always been the case. There's been no budget of any description, nor there has. I mean, let's be honest, the only budget there was when VP3 was what the hell have I done here? I'm stuck against something. I can't see what it is though. I don't know what it is it's catching on us. Oh, we're out now. What was I saying? Yeah. No, there is something that is holding this bloody bus up, and I can't see what I'm stuck against. What the hell is it? There's nothing. Right, we're away now. The only budget there was, they made one commercial that I know of, which was for VP3, but the thing with that is that Steve Chapman wasn't putting up the funding for that. It would have been Interplay, who were the publisher of the game, and that was the only time there was any sort of budget to not just contribute to the development of the game, but to contribute to the advertising of it. You had the advert, the commercial with Jeanette Lee in it, which was only something that was ever shown in the States. I never knew anything about that until I stumbled across it on YouTube. But in terms of EP4, the only thing that really has been done was Steve's interview that he had with POV Pool, that's on YouTube. That's about it. But financial restraints are what limit Solaris to do anything like that. It costs millions to get commercials put together, and that's a heck of a lot of investment for not an awful lot of return. So at the end of the day, it's like anything, it's down to the community, and whether, you know, if there was more and more people streaming the game, then more, you know, throughout the world, then more and more people get to know about it. That's how it works in principle. If you can attract people that way. But as far as I know, and people will correct me if I'm wrong, apart from Mal, who just makes basically videos about himself playing the AI, and he's got a lot more followers than me, there isn't anybody out there that's doing live streaming of EP4 at any time apart from myself, and I think that's a bit disappointing. Whereas if you went to Shooter's Pool a few weeks ago, there were 4 or 5 guys streaming Shooter's Pool, and then, you know, we sit there wondering, you know, why is there like 100 odd people in the Shooter's Pool lobby and there's only 50 in the VP4 one? If you put it out there, people will know about it. They will find out through social media, which is another reason why I stream to Facebook, and as well as Twitch and YouTube, because I'm streaming to the public on Facebook. So anybody that goes to Facebook and starts looking around for any live streams, then they'll find me on there. But the only person we seem to attract is Stub, so that isn't working. Right, I'm going to have a read at the chat. Well, I mean, we don't have figures, but Virtual Pool 4, I'm sure, has sold an awful lot. If you go by the amount of people that are online to the amount of people that have got the game and play it offline, there'll be no comparison. There'll be thousands of people playing VP4 offline, because that's the way they like it. I've always said that it's all about instant gratification. If people are going to play any game, they want success in a game. Virtual Pool 4 is not really. It's not. When you think about it, it's not really designed as a game from that point of view, where you get instant success. You will get success if you're playing the AI with the tracking lines on and you've got the AI set to numpty mode. But I don't think a lot of people want to put a lot of time into actually learning the basics of how to play the game, how to play a game, how to pot a ball and move the cue ball, that sort of thing. There's a technical side of Virtual Pool 4 and Shooter's Pool, which will make them a niche market for any group of people. You're always going to find that the crappy looking pool games, which are much easier to play, and I'm talking about the crappy top-down stuff, that one in Facebook, I've said that before as well, it gets thousands of people not only watching it but playing it, and it's crap. I mean, it's not three-dimensional, it's a top-down view, but thousands and thousands of people play it because it's free, and they don't have to know much about the ins and outs of how to pop balls and stuff to be able to play it and get enjoyment from it. And that's what the punters want. That's where they get their enjoyment. You send any one of them into Virtual Pool 4 and give them an account for a week, and you know, they bump into somebody like Larry or Stubb or anybody like that who's got lots of game experience over the years, then you know, that's them. They're done. They are done and dusted. They're not interested because they can't get that success, and the best thing for them is playing the AI and setting up a career on there offline, which a lot of people get more pleasure out of rather than coming online and getting beaten and not actually going through the learning process. That's the sad fact about it, that you're never going to get thousands playing Virtual Pool 4 online. Simple as that. It just ain't going to happen, much as we thought we would have. Steve had the idea that we would have loads of people from the Far East coming online playing it. He thought he'd have a lot more Japanese people playing it. We've got, what, 3 or 4 at most. Some that came in have played it and gone away and never come back. I mean, pool is a very popular game in Japan as well, but we can't seem to get these people interested in VP4. Of course, the other thing is the Japanese and the South Koreans and everything, they're mad on all sorts of weird games that they play. It's just a game with a sport that not an awful lot of people are interested in enough to play it in any sort of competitive way. So I think you know, whatever Steve Chaplin does, he's swimming against the tide, and no matter how much money you throw at the game, it might not make any great impact either way. And you know, a lot of the people that came to VP4 initially were long-term Virtual Pool players anyway, especially from VP3. A lot of those guys, myself included, and we just migrated across because, you know, VP3 had effectively come to the end of its life as soon as Steam went out the window. I think the big mistake that Steve did, and this is something that I said right at the start, is that he didn't do anything to amalgamate VP3 onto the servers where VP4 is, so that you could have 2 different lobbies, and you could have anybody who wanted to play VP3 online, they could actually do it in a gaming lobby rather than having to use all of these other third-party servers and software to try and get the game running. I think it would have been worthwhile him doing that. I mean, what's the point in selling Virtual Pool 3 still on the Celerus website when you don't really offer a place where people can meet? I mean, you can play VP3 through LAN. You can't do that with Virtual Pool 4, but yet we don't have a dedicated lobby online as a replacement for GameSpy Arcade. And I think he missed a trick there. I think he would have brought more people to the game that way, who maybe migrate over to Virtual Pool 4, especially if he decided to give to make VP3 a free game online. That would have been a better idea. Oh, there, I'm falling asleep. I've got to find a resting place. I think there's something up ahead. Yeah, Virtual Pool 3 would have been the one to give away free, because I think it's cheating people a bit to ask them to pay for Virtual Pool 3, and they can't really play competitively online unless it's through LAN. There's not a place where you can meet as a group. Right, we need to make sure we find this fuel stop and get this rest done and dusted. Right, where is it? Now. I don't know where the hell I'm going to get into this place. I'm just going to cut across. I think I've gone the wrong way here. I haven't the foggiest idea how to get into this place. Let's have a look. I'm getting my mouse to work. Hold on, where the hell are we? Where's the way into this place and the way out of it? I can't see it. Oh, there it's there. I've driven past it, have I? I don't even know what the hell way I'm going. Anyway, that's not the problem. Where's the bloody resting place? I need it more than anything else. Right, we'll spawn the bus here.
Navigation resumed.
Top up the fuel. And there we go again. Let's see if we can get this part somewhere. Now, I'm assuming there's a resting spot about here. I can't see it. Ah, wait a minute, that's it. In here. Right. That's better. Right, we'll have a bit of daylight now to finish the job, I think, or pretty much do it. Well, I think I started off with about 8 million. Just use the profile jumpstart mod on Steam. You just add that mod at the start of a new profile, and you do a couple of jobs, and I think on the third one it gives you about 8 or 9 million, depends what you're working on, dollars or pounds or euros. And once you, the thing about that mod though is that you must take it out after you've been given that money, because if you keep it in, you will keep getting like 9 or 10 million for each job that you do. I only use it to start off my new profile. That way I can immediately buy a truck, and I can immediately update my garage and fill it up with drivers and trucks. So there's an initial spend that comes off that chunk of money in order just to set up a garage with your 5 trucks and upgrade the garage. There's all of that to get done, but I can't be bothered with the monotony of starting right from bare bones scratch and trawling through the jobs to get to X amount of money, or taking out a bank loan and doing it that way. That's the quicker way of doing it, but the quickest way of doing it is by just adding the jumpstart mod and then taking it out after your first 2 or 3 jobs and taking it out the profile. Solves any problems or issues, and then you just play the game from normal from there on in. So you just get paid whatever the going rate is for a particular job. I think this one's about, it's either 84 or 94,000 pounds for this job. Considering it's 5,264 miles, I don't think that's a bad payout. Right, let's try and make the most of this freeway that we're on. Let's get the foot down. Wait till I read that one. I need to, again, I just need to get out my chair to come over. No, I can drive a car, but I'm not I ain't a truck driver. I'd love to drive a truck, as a matter of fact, now that you mention it. I'd love to be able to do that. Because there's nothing probably better than being your own, you know, on your own time. You know, you've got deadlines to make, but you don't have anybody over your shoulder hollering at you. All they do now is holler at you down the phone or send you a text message. Yeah, it'd be great to be a truck driver. It'd be great to be doing truck driving on this scale. You know, driving all over the world. Well, so much for the freeway. That didn't last long. We're in Quito. I need to have a quick look at the map, just to see where we are. Well, we've got a whole lot of squiggly stuff to come, haven't we? Look, this is the bit that's worrying me here. But apart from that, it shouldn't be too bad for the rest of it. Right, let's go. Well, I reckon it's a pretty good job to have. Been out on the highway. King of the road, you've got the best view on the road than any other vehicle. You can see all the trouble ahead. Now, where the hell are we going? Presume we're going here. I didn't hear anything in the voice navigation saying anything. Well, there's a lot of women truck drivers as well nowadays, getting into it. I think we'll need another rest stop before we complete this, because we've still got 600 odd miles to go, and this road won't be good enough to let us keep up an average speed that would get us to finish that in the one session. We'll have to have another one final rest stop, and that'll be it. We'll be able to get it done, but we need to get through this squiggly section, this spaghetti that's in the road ahead. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm starving. I'm going to go and get my dinner after this. I mean, I knew it was going to take a while. I'm pretty certain we're over 4 hours now. It feels like it. My stomach is beginning to rumble. Yeah, we're climbing up into the hills again. Now, why is he moving out? I'm going to move out as well, just in case we go down to one lane.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
Sugar. Oh, there'll be damage here in a minute. Where the hell am I going?
Use the exit ahead.
Oh, there we are. Now we're down to one lane, we're coming to the squiggly bit. Yes, you can, but I've got them off. I've just got them off by default. I'd be getting fined left, right and centre. Yeah, this is going to be treacherous, this part of the route. The thing I've got on is fatigue simulation, so that you're forced into having to take a rest stop. I'm pretty certain there's plenty of guys don't even have that on, but I've got the speeding fines thing off, just out of force of habit more than anything else.
In 650 feet, turn right.
And there's the billboard for the EAA map. Now, what does that say there? Let's have a wee look. Tulcan Ibarra. I just like reading the road signs if I can get the chance. More squiggly stuff coming up. What was that other question? I missed that second one. What's that one say? No is the answer to that. Oh, look at the road twisting up the mountain up there ahead. Now as this is into Columbia, I need to have a look at that overhead sign, see what it says. Does it say Linnea? Ah, you know where we are? We're actually on the equator. That's the line for the equator. That's what that is, and that's the Colombian flag. Yeah. Let's just get out the... That's a bit better. What the hell's this meant to be? A bloody stone egg? What's that supposed to represent? I was just looking to see in case there was a plaque on it or something. Aye, so we've reached the equator. That's how far north we've got. There we go. So we're now on we're just crossing from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. I never knew that was in the map. This is why it always pays to just look around and see what the signs are, because there's plenty of stuff like that on this map to be looking at. That's why I like to slow down and read some of them. Right, let's go. See what it looks like from the top deck. Now I'm going to head through that one because that might be the automatic one. Hopefully it is. Yes, it is. Oh shit, what does that say? Cayambe, Ibarra and Tulcan. What's this here? Oh, little floral display. I'm going to get docked a fair few £1,000 anyway because I've killed some of my passengers in the collisions I've had, so there's a fair bit of damage to them.
In 650 feet, turn left. Turn left.
Right. I'm just hoping this is freeway all the way home from here. Big lag again. This is Barra, I think it was called. Oh dear. Can't get up out my seat. Oh, I certainly wouldn't be doing this if I was lumbered with one of them. No way. So effectively I'm my own boss. No, I couldn't have a pet either. Consider them out for most of the day. And that's just another mouth to feed when you think about it. If you're going to have any sort of pet, the expense you have to lay out on them, no way. It's one thing having a notion to have a pet, but then it's the looking after it. It's the same as having a car. Getting the car and passing your test is the least of your problems. It's keeping the damn thing on the road is the problem. Paying the bills when they come in. Right, I think we've got a big drop down here. Better get the anchors on.
I can't remember when I started this stream. You know that, it's been that long ago. I knew that the first section we did was 2,800 miles, so that was like half the distance. I knew that this was going to take longer because we had more roads that weren't going to be motorway or freeway. But what time is it? What time is it? It's 2:05. I'm sure I started at about 9 o'clock this morning. I can't remember. It might have been about 8:30. I don't remember when. It's been that long ago. So this second part was always going to take the longest because of the road that we still had to do. And the longest stream I've done recently was that triple header day in Virtual Pool 4. That was 6 hours, but it doesn't feel like 6 hours because I'm so busy concentrating on the game. But this, and plus I can move about a fair bit. You know, I can stand up and get out of my chair. You can't do that much in this, other than when I have to lean over to read the chat. And my backside is really numb. I mean, it's in a serious condition right now, and I need to actually stand up and walk about for a while. Now, what time of day is it now? Or is that still morning? Is it still dawn? .30 odd in the morning. That's not bad. Now, what does that say? Something probably another region. Imbabura and Karachi, and this will be the name of the river. Puerto Rio Crota. Well, the weather looks as if it's closing in again. It looked as if it was closing in before, but it never came to anything. Big river down below. Well, when you think about it, now that we've crossed the equator, I mean, when we were down further south at this time in the morning, it was still dark. It was just getting light. But now that we've gone further north, and we're now going further north above the equator, then we're getting that wee bit more daylight earlier on, or it's coming sooner than it did when we were down right down in Chile, like yesterday. This just takes an inordinate amount of time because we can't really get up a great average speed for any lengthy period of time. Looks like a big drop over there. It's a bit misty, early morning mist. And I think we've still got 470 odd miles to go, so we definitely are going to need one final rest stop, and then we'll be able to complete the job. Get these tourists where they want to be. Guadalajara de Buga.
At the roundabout, take the first exit. Use the exit ahead.
I think I've gone the...
Navigation resumed.
Yeah, I thought I'd gone the wrong way. I'm too busy looking at that bloody car. Now, where's the navigation taking us now? Oh no, we're on the right road. Oh, I think it was wanting to take us up that way. That's what it was wanting to do, but we're going a bit of a detour, but that's fine. We'll just keep going. Yeah, we're just going through the town of Tulcan, or Tulcan, however you want to pronounce it.
In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right.
Now should I be in the left hand lane?
Keep to the left.
Oh,
and then
shit.
turn left.
Bloody AI drivers, they pay absolutely no attention to your signals at all. None whatsoever. Don't see anything coming there. Don't see anything coming there. Another quick look. Yep, for reasons I've explained before, I'm on automatic gearbox simply because my gear stick that's built into this steering wheel is unreliable. It jumps up the gears when you move the gear stick forward to jump up it, to move up a gear. It jumps up 4 gears, and which is no good when you're going up a hill. So I'm having to do it in automatic. It's like the gear stick is playing up and a couple of the buttons are beginning to go as well on this wheel. As a wheel for steering a truck and braking and accelerating, everything's fine, but just wear and tear, I'm afraid, is kicking in. Well, this is why when I'm picking a truck, I have to pick something that's got a good gearbox ratio, which means that the gears will kick in when you are climbing, and you don't just stall on a hill. But that's all, it's all dependent on the power of the truck. And the weight of the cargo that you happen to be pulling. I mean, I'll tell you something. The other the other week there I did a trip on
Navigation resumed.
American truck.
Navigation resumed.
I've gone the wrong way again. I'm too busy chatting and not watching the GPS.
Turn left.
I'm sure we should have turned right there, shouldn't we? Why is it saying turn left? And the trip I was doing was on a map combo. I think I'm totally confused as to what the hell I'm doing here. Let's have a look at where we are. Yeah, I should have gone right. But I don't think I should have gone right there. I think I should have gone right back there.
Navigation resumed.
Yeah, I'm going the right way now. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I've got the American Truck Simulator and I've got a big map combo in it as well. And I was in the ATMX Mexico part of the map, which is a fantasy part of the map that goes out into the Pacific Ocean. And I had a big, heavy digger on board on a flatbed trailer. And I was going around the mountain roads. Where the hell are we going now? Quito. Well, that's where we've just came from, so I'm presuming that we go left. Hang on a minute. Yeah, we just follow the road round. And I actually ran out of fuel twice when I was stuck on a mountain road trying to get the truck moving. With automatic gears, remember. I had to call out the emergency fuel twice, and each time you do that you lose time. The clock advances. So I was hours late for the delivery. And this was a big truck, but even though it had a decent engine and a decent sized fuel tank, going up and down those mountain roads with that trailer on it, it just sucks up the fuel. And then when you're stuck halfway up a road and you can't get the thing moving, you're just guzzling all the fuel away, accelerating and braking and trying to get the truck to catch, to get some traction. So unbelievably I ran out of fuel twice on more or less the same spot because of it. And I must have sat there for about 45 minutes trying to get the truck moving. Well,
Use the right lane ahead.
I'm getting totally confused. What? The time in the clock is saying 4:41. I'm assuming that's AM, and I'm assuming... Let me have a look at my game settings. I'm sure I'm using a 24-hour clock, because if I'm not, I'm totally confused here. Options. Let's have a look. Where does it say 24-hour clock? Yeah, 24-hour clock notation. Yeah. Well, I thought it was dawn, and I thought it was getting lighter, but the way it looks outside, it looks as if it's getting darker. It looks like the sun's setting. Ecuador. Yeah, another border. Oh shit, we'll need to go this way. How the hell are we going to... We've gone all this way and I've never had to go into a weigh scale, but we're going to have to weigh the bus and passengers here. And we're also going to have to find a resting place. Yeah, I think the clock's totally messed up here, because at 4 or 5 AM, you know, that's dawn. That's not getting dark at night. And it's pretty much night time again.
In 650 feet, turn right.
Now that is another bug there, because it doesn't realise that we've left the weigh scale, and that's stuck in the screen and it won't go away. It should automatically go away.
Turn right.
Now that's telling us to turn right, and there isn't really a right turn there, is there? So that's a bug in that part of the map, with this thing still stuck in the middle of the screen. There's a trigger in the game that takes that down as soon as you leave the weigh scale area, but it's not working in this bit. We might be stuck with this right until the end of the trip. Right, there's some real testy corners up ahead. And again, I'm needing that final rest stop. Wait a wee minute here, hang on. I think I'm getting myself totally bamboozled here. Right, I think at the top of the screen on the left hand side, yeah, that's right. The correct time of day is 1951 at night, and if you look at the top, that's showing you Wednesday 6:30 or 5:30, with 394 miles and 9 hours being the journey time. That's showing how long I've got left at the miles that I've got left. So the actual time is 10 to 8 at night, which sounds a bit more sensible to me. Yeah, that's more like it, because there's no way it's like 5:30 AM and it's this, and it's suddenly gone dark. It's gone dark because it's night time at 10 to 8. Now I understand it. I'm looking at the wrong bloody clock. The other reason for that is because the GPS mods that I've got 2 or 3 of them. If you saw the mods list earlier on, and one of them puts that information at the bottom of the screen and it's laid out slightly differently. That's what's been confusing me. Right, there's a really sharp bend, I think, up ahead, or it looks like it on screen anyway. Well, we're never going to make it through this in one piece if I'm falling asleep. The other thing about this passenger mod in the invisible trailer is that we're going to a dedicated bus station. We left a dedicated bus station on this map, and I was able to drive over the passenger pickup point, and it worked. What I've found out in the past is that when you try and drop the passengers off at the specific location, it doesn't generally work. So we'll find out if it does this time. It's just another bug because it's an old mod, and it probably never worked really good in the first place. Right, I presume we're going the right way. I have got no idea. I would imagine the scenery might be quite pretty going through here, but we ain't seen much of it. Right, there's a resting place up ahead. That'll be our final one. And again, I hope it's on the right side of the road. Oh yes, it is, I think. That's excellent. Right, so it's now gone 9:15 at night, and now is the resting place in here? Hard to tell. No, I think it must be beyond. Oh, there it is. We've found it. Right, so we'll take that, and it should be early morning. Well, it's just gone 8, so we've got the rest of the day's daylight to finish this, and this will be our last one. I'll just take a quick break and have a drink,
as well. Oh dear. I knew it would take longer, but I didn't think it would take this long. My shoulder's sore. I need somebody to massage my right shoulder. That bloody thing's still stuck in the screen. Now, I've got one way of fixing this. Hang on a minute. That should get rid of it. Let's just save the game. That's really annoying. It's just distracting having that there all the time. Save it as Bob. Go to profiles. Go back in. Fingers crossed that'll fix it. Kalgoorlie, as opposed to the Kalgoorlie that's in Canada. That's Calgary, isn't it? Well, this has been a mammoth 2-day trek, but we're getting there. Right, fingers crossed this has worked. Bastard.
Please proceed to the highlighted route.
Well, that was a good idea in principle, but it didn't bloody work. It's going to stay there to the bitter end.
At the roundabout, take the first exit. Use the exit ahead.
I think we cut that corner a wee bit sharpish. Pasto.
At the roundabout, take the first exit. Use the exit ahead.
Right, I'm getting out of my chair. Oh dear. Can I flash the lights or use the horn? Just hang on a minute to get back in. You can only flash the lights if you're not in full beam. So that's the horn, and then there's another horn. But then again, none of those functions will work unless you've got them configured to your wheel, or you use the keyboard. I mean, they all can be added in the keyboard. There's an awful lot of buttons that I don't use. You just configure the most important ones that you regularly use. Like there's buttons for different views inside the cabin, but I don't have any of them configured. We're back in the mountains again. No, you can't handbrake turn, and the main reason for that is my handbrake is actually my space bar on the keyboard, and if you just hit it, all it does is, well, it won't. In fact, even testing it there, it doesn't come on. It'll stay off because you're moving. The handbrake will only come on when it'll only activate when you're stopped. And you know you're going uphill when it's an automatic because the gear won't change. It'll stay at, you know, whatever relevant gear it thinks is suitable for whether you're going up or down. Right, I need to read that one. Can't see that. Have I tried doing dangerous things? Well, how do you mean? Like, I don't actually have to try doing dangerous things. I end up doing dangerous things anyway, by not paying attention to what's going on in the road in front of me, by reading the chat and crashing into trucks in front of me. If you just watch long enough, you'll see that I'd end up doing plenty of dangerous things, like taking the wrong turn, like not being aware that there's roadworks up ahead and the road narrowing down to one lane,
single file traffic and crunching into the vehicle in front. I've done that plenty of times. Yeah, I do loads of dangerous stuff, but not deliberately, just through accident and carelessness. And the most common accident is caused by speeding when it's not really clear how the road's going ahead. And I mean, I've tipped trucks plenty of times by having to take evasive action and the truck actually ending up tilting over. Done that. Loads of times I've done that. Now, how far have we got left to go? How many miles? Still 200 odd, I would think.
I think this is the last really tight bend. Thank God there was no traffic coming. God, I've still got 234 miles to go. This last part's going to drag in. Mind you, if this is a fairly big city we're going to, we should end up on a freeway, I would think, leading up to it. But this 31 mile an hour speed limit's killing us. That's why it's just dragging on and on and on.
At the roundabout, take the first exit. Use the exit ahead.
I'm getting tired myself now. Tired and hungry.
$181 miles to go. Yeah, there are McDonald's in this map combination, believe it or not. I think it's in the Pro Mods map, but there are you do drive past McDonald's, you'll see them. There might even be the odd one or two on this map. I'm not sure, but certainly that's where I've seen them, on the Pro Mods map section in Europe. The only problem with that though is you wouldn't get a double-decker bus this size into a McDonald's drive-through. Oh dear. Well, it's now 1:30 in the afternoon.
Cruise control automatic braking's kicked in big time there.
Keep to the right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Right. Bogota and Buga, that's where we're going to, Buga. Well, if it stays like this road does, we'll fly through these last 100 miles or so. And I think we're going to arrive just in time for tea. We're under 100 miles now. I think that's 89 miles still to go. Of 5,264. It's been a long haul. And I haven't seen any one of my passengers that's left actually having a collection in a hat for me. For getting most of them home safe and sound. Okay, we've had a few deaths and injuries, but that's part and parcel of driving a bus in this part of the world. That's the dangers, the risk you put yourself to when getting on a bus when I'm driving. $73 miles to go. Well, look, let's have a read at this one. Oh dear, I can't stand up. Can I do a road trip from Vegas to San Francisco? Now, the problem with Vegas to San Francisco is in this game, It would take you probably barely 10 minutes to do it. Well, maybe a bit longer, but not that much, because in game terms, San Francisco's just up the road from Vegas. Yeah, it's not that far. Obviously, it would be a lot further if it was a 1-to-1 scale map, but because you're driving, I think, pretty much freeway all the way. We're just cruising along at a steady, whatever it is, 62 miles an hour, is it, or something like that? I think the speed limit's 75. Well, this is certainly helping us get it done sooner rather than later now in the final stretch. I just wonder if we'll be able to park the bus properly without having to sort of bail out of it. We'll see if this works. It probably won't, but there's no harm in trying. You know how you drive your truck over the box and then it turns green when you can drop the load? Well, very often this bus mod doesn't do that. It worked when I started the trip to go and collect the passengers, but it probably won't work. It's unlikely it'll work, although we are going into a proper bus depot, so there's a chance it might work, but we're about to find out. And I'll probably have to reverse into it rather than drive into it, I would imagine. Right, so we're getting there. And then, as I said, as soon as I'm finished this job, and before I start another one, I'm going to ditch this bus, get another one. It's a pretty good looking bus, and set it up and see if it works. And especially to get rid of this braking noise, that's really, really infuriating. And so is that bloody on-screen message that should have disappeared an hour ago. And we're all of a sudden needing another rest stop before we've actually completed the trip. I thought we would have finished it.
To the right. And
right.
then take the exit on the right.
Exit time.
Use the right exit ahead.
We're heading to Debuga.
In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right.
Don't see anything there. Ah, American Truck Simulator poster. About 8 miles to go. Guadalajara de Buga. Now then, need to pay attention to this map.
In 650 feet, turn right. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination.
Now, it says you have arrived at your destination, but where the hell's the way in? Well, we can't go that way. Right, it's in... That's not it, that's a Scania dealer, I think. Where the hell are we? Where the hell do we park the bus? I thought it was supposed to be a bus station we were going to. Now then, Scania dealer. Right, well, I'm confused. Is that it there? No. Oh, we'll never finish this job if we can't find out where the hell we're supposed to go. Now, I've lost the bus. Where the hell's the bus? Well, it's showing in the left here. Ah, Jesus Christ, there it's there. There's the bloody thing in there. Well, I mean, this is a bus stop, but look at it. And we've got to go in facing forwards. Right, well, that's scuppered that in the head. That's obviously the way in there. Right, let's go back here. Spawn the bus here. No wonder I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the markings for the... Right, we can spawn... I couldn't see the markings for the white ground. Right, that'll clear the traffic. Well, that could have been a nightmare trying to find that if you didn't have fly cam. Yeah, I'm sick and tired listening to this braking noise. That's really, really doing my head in. Right, what the hell's happened now? I've cleared the road, so it should be okay to move. There's a bus stop there, and the bus station's just up there. Right. Right now, so presumably this is the only way in. Now, here's the proof of whether this will work or not. See if it turns green. I'm expecting it not to, and I'll be surprised if it does. Oh, it has done. They're a miracle.
Well, there you go. We'll have lost a few thousand for the damage. Yep. And how much did we get? Well, let me see. I need to move the wheel out of the way. Right. So we got 20,000 knocked off for the death of some passengers, and we drove 6,257 miles. It took us 249 hours 6 minutes, and we used 1,072 gallons of fuel. Oh goodness me. And I could have done that in my my Volvo truck, no problem. I wouldn't have needed to fill the tank once. Well, I would have. I've just filled it at the beginning, but I wouldn't have had to top it up at all. So let's look at the map and see where we started. There we are, Guadalajara de Buga, and to get there we went from, if I can find the name of the place, there we are, there's Quelon, and the Road of Varia is the bus station. That's where we started. So we left there yesterday morning. When we started the first stream, we did a 4-hour trip that took us on mostly major roads, and we did about 2,800 miles, but this last 2,800 odd, or whatever it is, has been a killer, and that's eventually got us all the way up to our destination. So that is it done. I am going to get my dinner. Thanks for all that was watching. Not that there was that many, but at least there was one or two. Thanks for your company, thanks for the chats, and well, I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back again some other time for some more Euro Truck or American Truck. But until we meet again, stay safe, take care, keep your distance, and get those masks on, guys. See you.